base hits. Last night, however, the Royals flexed some muscle and belted 3 home runs, tying a season high, and scored 11 runs after scoring only 1 the day before. The Royals will try to build on that tonight on Fox Sports Kansas City. By winning last night, Zach Greinke tied Bruce Chen for the team lead in wins, and now Bruce will get another chance tonight to go for his 10th win of the season. When that starts, we don't know, but the Royals and A's will play tonight, the final game of a 3-game series. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the ballpark with Royals Hall of Famer Paul Splittorff. I'm Ryan Lefevre. So we are in a rain delay. It could be a rain delay of 1 hour or 2 hours. We don't know, but there's a rather large storm that right now is just to the south of Kauffman Stadium, so we're getting just the northern edge of that. What we do know is that Bruce Chen will be going for his 10th win. He's going up against Trevor Cahill in split. This is a guy that doesn't really come up in Cy Young Award considerations, but maybe he should.
Well, he certainly has the talent. Now, we have seen him on a number of occasions. To me, he's as good as anybody in the league right now, but sometimes it's hard to tell somebody how good a guy is. So let's go ahead and compare him to somebody we all know. And let's go ahead and take Zach from a year ago. And how would they be at the similar time? You see the record, give the advantage to the A's guy, and all of a sudden now you look at the ERA, and they're pretty similar right there, and you look at the batting average against them. They're different guys. Cahill is a good ground ball pitcher. Zach was a big-time strikeout guy, but both of them very capable. And if you're going to start a team today, Cahill might be one of the guys you at least look at.
He's made 2 starts against the Royals this year. Back in August in Oakland, he pitched his first major league shutout.
Well, he has outstanding stuff. I mean, a great sinking fastball. He's added a curveball. There it is right there. An effective changeup. Very good ground ball pitcher. He's on. You get a lot of those. If he's got a little bit extra velocity, he might be a strikeout guy in the ball game. So he's about as good as he gets.
And at 22 years old, he's the A's ace. Now, the A's haven't done a whole lot of winning over the last 10 years, but it's not because of a lack of ace-type pitchers.
Well, you can see the concern for the fans. It seems like every time they get to go, they go ahead and move them. Now, all those guys that have been traded got traded about the time they got to be a free agent. Now, Cahill is only in his 2nd year, so he has several more years out in Oakland to get it done. They hope to have a winner by the time he's eligible to go somewhere else.
Cahill's first start against the Royals was here at Kauffman Stadium, and the Royals had a 5-run inning against him. Yuniesky Betancourt hit a grand slam. That was the second of his 3 grand slams this year. So Trevor Cahill for the A's and Bruce Chen for the Royals, who's coming off perhaps his best start of the year. That was against the Chicago White Sox, and we'll talk more about that when we come back. where HD is free with digital cable. And what's left behind is just a light drizzle falling as we get ready for Game 3. And down on the field, braving that drizzle, is Joel Goldberg.
Oh, it's really rough, let me tell you, Ryan. No, nice to not have too much rain here right now. You know, sometimes you wonder about how a rain delay will affect a pitcher, but in the case of Bruce Chen, he's so laid back. He walked out to the bullpen at 7:37. I think he waved to every fan that was down along the first base line. I was talking to him this afternoon about what it would mean to possibly take over again the team lead in wins and get one more than Zach Greinke. He said he'll let him hear about it if he gets that win. And then, of course, he had to point out that if he really wants to get to Zach, he can point out for the second year in a row, he's going to lead the team in hitting right at the top of the stats. 1-for-1 last year, 1-for-1 this year. He said he's got a 2-year hitting streak going. Don't think that that'll be ruined tonight, but got to love the sense of humor, guys.
What is he, left-handed or something?
You would think so, somehow. A 2-year hitting streak. That's got to be a club record.
That's the way to look at it. This will be Bruce's second start against the A's. And back here on July the 17th, he matched up with Trevor Cahill, who he'll face tonight. And Bruce took a no decision in that game. It was one of those games for Bruce, and we've seen a few of them this year, where he was having trouble early in the game getting the ball down, throwing strikes, but was able to hold it together. And he gave up 4 runs in 5 2/3 innings. Coco Crisp shows bunt, and we are underway. Coco 2 out of 6 in the series with a run scored, and like several A's last night, only had a couple of plate appearances. And then the Royals with the huge lead. A's manager Bob Guerin started emptying his bench.
Coco, a switch hitter, about 70 points higher from this side of the plate. Of course, normally you see him as a left-handed hitter.
That might get a piece of the home plate umpire, Brian Gorman.
It'd be a cross-up right there. It's looking for something other than the high fastball. And Penny never even got leather on that. When you have a setup like that, it's maybe easier for the hitter to hit it than it is the catcher to put the leather on it.
And a 2-1 pitch is grounded to the right side, and the A's have 32 stolen bases at first base. 66 degrees with a very light drizzle. The game started exactly 1 hour late at 8:10 Central Daylight Time. And the time and temp is brought to you by the parking spot. Easy to spot, easy to park. The parking spot at KCI. So 32 stolen bases for Coco Crisp, which is an impressive number by itself. But then you look at how many games he's played this year. And after being on the disabled list twice this season, he's only played in 72 games. Derek Barton is 1 out of 5 in the series with a walk, and that walk was his 100th of the year. That leads the American League. So a hitter with a good eye at the plate and a runner with good speed at first base.
He's bringing a couple pretty good guys at you to open the ball game, Chris, with the things he can do. And Barton has been on base 28 of his last 29 games. So guys up at the top, pretty good table setters. See what they can get going in the middle here tonight. Chen does not mind the battle against the man on base. He can divide his attention pretty well. Got a couple of different moves to first to try to hold him down.
And Coco gets around Kila Kaihue. So that was not only a very athletic move by Coco Crisp, but a very smart move.
But Kila does the right thing as far as when he knows that runner's going. See how he comes up into the baseline right there? That's to clear the throw because he's a right-handed thrower. Get him out of the baseline on an anticipated throw to second base. Coco picked that up, came around to the backside a little bit. Kila, and not anywhere as quick as what they have on base.
And I'm guessing, too, don't know this for sure, obviously, but that is not as much instinct from Coco Crisp as a veteran player who has maybe had that happen to him before and knows, as you said, that the first baseman's job when a runner takes off is to step inside so you have a good angle to throw down to second base.
And Ryan, it's even more important for the right-handed thrower. Now, the lefty will kind of come in naturally, but he has got a better angle anyhow, being that left-handed thrower because where the second base is located. Right-handed thrower has to come in about a step further to clear the angle to get a clear shot to second base. I was impressed how quick Coco picked up the move to first instead of going on a dead sprint, recognized what was going on behind him.
And Barton lines it up the left field line, and it is foul. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Let's take a look at the Royals on defense tonight. Alex Gordon, Gerard Dyson, and Mitch Meyer are in the outfield. On the infield, Wilson Betemit, Yuniesky Betancourt, Mike Aviles, and Keila Kaihue, and Brian Pena is behind the plate. Royals were without an error in last night's game. But the game before on Monday, the Royals were hit with 3 errors and have 110 this season. And Bruce Chen does not want Coco Crisp to take off for second base.
And we'll see if Bruce goes over there again. A lot of times the base runner will think, okay, he came over once, he came over twice. They never come 3 times in a row, and all of a sudden now in the back of their mind, I can go on that first move. Let's see how it plays out right here. Not happening.
1-2 on Barton. Derek Barton, the former catcher and former first-round pick of the Cardinals, and went from the Cardinals to the A's in a trade that no one really talks about now, but it was a big trade at the time. Mark Mulder, who was part of that big 3 with the Oakland A's, Barry Zito, Mark Mulder, and Tim Hudson. And as they dismantled those 3, Mulder went to the Cardinals, and by the time he got there, he didn't have much left in his shoulder.
And of those other 3 guys, as the top 3, he's the only one out of baseball right now.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Bruce Chen has thrown 9 pitches to the plate and 8 throws over to first. And Barton stays back on a breaking ball and drives it to center. But Dyson is back, and that's out number 1. Coco Crisp tags up and goes to second base.
Coco Crisp has seen a lot of people do that to him on a ball that is medium to deep in center field. Dyson back, has a lot of speed out there. Now, he needs to hustle up and get this ball back into the infield. This is a big league level, and guys are pretty fast up here at this level. That ball does you no good sitting out in center field. So Crisp had that entire play in front of him. Just took advantage of a guy who's been in the big leagues about 2 or 3 days.
And now ball 1 inside to Mark Ellis. And there's a difference between setting yourself up for a runner that's tagging and your throw just simply arrives late and not even being aware of the fact that someone might try and tag up and go to second base.
Well, he needs some help from both the left and the right field to help him out. Is he tagging? Is he halfway? And no big crowd here tonight, so no idea of, well, but I didn't hear him. They should be helping him out right here. Tagging, hurry up and get the ball back in. I mean, count the seconds from the time that catch is made until the ball leaves his hand and figure out how many steps that base runner is going to be able to pick up on that.
One and one to Mark Ellis, who lost a 13-game hitting streak last night. He was one of the A's in the starting lineup that didn't last very long because of the blowout game. But he made perhaps the 2 biggest outs for the A's last night when they threatened in the top of the first against Zach Greinke. The A's had runners at second and third with nobody out. And then after a strikeout and a walk, the bases loaded with 1 out, but Zach was able to get Ellis to ground into a double play. And that was the A's last scoring threat until they got 3 in the 6th. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Ellis, not your prototypical number 3 hitter. Does it remind you a little bit of Willie Bloomquist, the day he hit third for the Royals and end up with the game-winning home run?
Original property of the Royals, taken in the 9th round back in 1999 out of the University of Florida. And that's lined to left field. 1 hop to Alex Gordon. Crisp will be waved home. Alex with a 1-hop throw to Pena. Pena blocked the plate but couldn't secure the ball. So that extra 90 feet cost the Royals a run. The A's lead 1-0.
Gordon from left field has made some really good throws over the last couple of weeks, and this is a pretty good throw as well. On line, Pena backed up a little bit to try to get the hop that he wanted. Still didn't get it on the short hop or the long hop. He was caught in between. She is unable to corral it. Completely had the home plate cut off to the sliding base runner. Right there was cut off, and watch Coco. He'll reach around him as the ball bounds out in front. At that point, he was safe. But another strong throw by Gordon in left field. He's really picked that up over the last month or so.
Ellis goes to second base on the throw home. So as the number 3 hitter, he drives in a run in the first inning. And now Kurt Suzuki down in the count, no balls, 1 strike. Suzuki is 0 for 6 in the first 2 games. And over a longer stretch, he is 0 for his last 13. And Bruce Chen jumps ahead, 0-2.
He's been struggling with the bats here a little bit recently. He's not the only 0-for that they're running in there tonight. Carter is 0 for 20. Iwamura 0 for 6. Same story. Pennington, the number 9 hitter. So they've got 4 or 5 guys in there that have been having a hard time lately.
Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Chen wants to command the inside part of the plate. Down as well as up. With a cutter right there, maybe a slider for him. The thing is to establish something inside. That should open up the outer half for you.
And that's lined into right center field. Mitch Meyer is going to have to play it on a couple of bounces. So a couple of hitters that are perhaps miscast, if you will. Mark Ellis is a number 3 hitter. Kurt Suzuki is a number 4 hitter. They don't look like it in the first inning tonight. They both drive in runs.
Big item as they put the bat on the ball. After coming inside, Suzuki still able to get to the outer half. Solid line drive to right field. Mitch had no opportunity to make the play on the fly right there to cut it off. Now that outfield grass is wet, so the first hop will probably be a little bit quick, but then after that it'll slow down in the heavy wet grass.
A couple of native Hawaiians standing over at first base as Rajai Davis fouls it away. Keela from the Big Island, or the main island, Oahu, and lives in Honolulu, and Kurt Suzuki is from Maui. Rajai Davis just 1 hit so far in the first 2 games and was caught stealing by Brian Pena last night. Caught stealing for just the 9th time all year compared to 44 successful attempts. And this might be a good comparison to the Royals' Gerard Dyson, a player that is drafted low because of his speed, and just hope that he develops into more of a well-rounded ball player. Back in 2001, the Pirates took Rajai Davis in the 38th round. Gerard Dyson was taken by the Royals in the 50th round, the lowest round, in 2006. So you draft something that you can't teach, speed, and then you hope you can teach him the other points of the game.
Rajai Davis, it did not work out for him in Pittsburgh, did not work out well for him in San Francisco. He just had to get to the right side of the bag.
So the A's with 2 runs, 3 hits in the top of the first inning after the 1-hour rain delay. And Davis fights a pitch off to stay alive. Davis had a great second half last year. Not quite having the same second half this year, but he hit over .330 in the second half of 2009 and took over center field. And then he lost that position when the A's signed Coco Crisp during the offseason. Mitch Meyer looking up into the drizzle makes the catch. Davis is out. And there are 2 away with Suzuki back to first.
You hate to have a tough first inning like this, 25 pitches, and the A's working the count a little bit, fouling off a lot of balls, and already 3 hits in the ball game. So tough first inning for the Royals left-hander. See if he can nail it down, get out of this first.
And will face Chris Carter, who is 0 for 20, combined 2 different trips to the big leagues from AAA this year.
Have to get the call just off the corner to establish the zone. Got to get the ball on the plate, get that umpire in the habit of calling the strike for you. And all of a sudden you can work it off the corner and maybe spread it out a little bit. How about his size? 6'5" and 230 pounds. Wow.
Has 149 home runs over 6 seasons in the minor leagues. And he's been a top prospect in more than one organization. He was originally taken by the White Sox and then traded to Arizona, and that was the deal that got Carlos Quentin from Arizona to Chicago, and then was traded to the A's in a deal that involved Dan Herron. So he's been in some pretty high profile deals, and now the A's are hoping that he'll be able to slug his way into the middle of their order.
Big time power guy, but also a big strikeout candidate.
Pulled foul, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Of course, this happens all the time, and in some ways it's unfair, but a young player comes up and the scouts will try and make comparisons to someone that came before him. And a couple of names that come to mind, players that played with the A's briefly, Frank Thomas and former Royal Jermaine Dye. Pops this one up into shallow right center field. Mitch Meyer makes the catch again. The A's come up with 2 in the top of the first.
Wow.
Same cast of characters that came up with 11 runs in the first 3 innings last night. Gregor Blanco was the starter and led off in center field in last night's game. Here's the Kia report on 22-year-old Trevor Cahill.
Well, he's an all-star this year for the first time in his career. Did not pitch because he was a Sunday starter for his team. That sinking fastball in the American League, well, a lot of people think it is. He's also won 4 out of his last 5 starts, 7 of his last 9. During that time, he's got about a 1.5 ERA.
1-1 on Gerard Dyson. 1 for 4 on Monday. That was his first big league hit, a double in the first inning against Bobby Kramer, who happened to be making his major league debut. Cahill was the A's second-round pick in 2006. And the very next year, he was the A's minor league pitcher of the year. On the ground to Pennington, and Dyson is out number 1. Ran right out of his spikes. So he's going to have to find some spikes that can keep up with him. And because of the muddy warning track, he goes hopping back into the dugout.
Had to jump out of the batter's box right there, and he had a feeling something was wrong because he kind of pulled up a little bit and saw what it was. He threw the hoof.
Mike Avila's bat snaps in half and goes up against the screen. And it's another ground ball to Pennington. Barton makes a nice stretch over on the right side. So the sinker ball pitcher has 2 ground ball outs.
When he was on, he did a lot of ground ball outs. 27th start of the year for Cahill, and 17 of them so far he has had double-figure ground ball outs. So maybe Barton got pulled off the bag right there, but first base umpire is out towards the cut of the outfield grass. He would have a terrible line to pick up that.
And Avilas had protested the call when he crossed first base because as he was looking down at his foot hitting the bag, he could see that Barton's was off the bag. 2-0 on Billy Butler. And it didn't take Mike very long to protest.
Well, Mike had a good angle right there. He was right over the top of the play. You could see the angle that the first base umpire had. Did not have that good a look. DJ Rayburn.
Three balls and 1 strike on Billy. Perhaps a discussion about the fly ball to center field in the top of the first that allowed Coco Crisp to tag up and move to second, and he eventually came around to score on a single.
Now that's unusual right there. Normally that would be Rusty Coons, who handles the outfielders for the Royals. Ned Yost, kind of a hands-off guy. When he came in here, that's the first thing he did was want his coaches to take care of things. But saw an opportunity, some time on the bench, and do it himself.
Very close pitch, and Billy walks with 2 outs. Sometimes the message is stronger and hits and digs a little deeper when it comes from the manager as opposed to the coach.
Also, Rusty not with the ball club here tonight. He's out in Arizona as they gather for the instructor league and things like that. So he's not here, so the manager takes on a little bit more right now.
So Butler at first, 2 down, and a strike on Wilson Betemit, who has 5 hits in the first 2 games. And he has driven in 4 runs, all 4 of those coming last night. A couple of RBI singles and a 2-run home run. That came up and bit Suzuki.
Well, 3 home runs here last night. Surprisingly, the rest of the base hits they have in the ball game. 3 home runs, no doubles, no triples. You get the long ball at men on base, you can put some distance between yourself and your opponent in a big hurry.
And Betemit still waiting on Suzuki. Is not quite ready to continue this inning. Now he is. Home plate umpire Brian Gorman is giving him all the time that he needs. To left field, Rajai Davis is there. And that is the inning. At the end of one, it's the A's 2 and the Royals nothing. Take advantage of model year-end savings right now at Thoroughbred Ford. It was a long top of the first inning in more ways than one for Bruce Chen and the Royals. First, it comes after a 1-hour rain delay, and then Bruce needed 31 pitches to get through the first. And the A's coming up with 2 runs on RBIs from Mark Ellis and Kurt Suzuki. 1 ball, 1 strike on Aki Iwamura, who was at third base again, as Kevin Kuzminoff is still bothered by a sore lower back. Iwamura joined the A's on Monday and was thrown right into the lineup. Had spent the year with the Pirates, had been released by them after spending his first 3 years in the big leagues with the Tampa Bay Rays. Pulls a curveball that was up and away, and Mike Aviles throws him out, 1 down. Tonight's number for our Take the Field sweepstakes is 38. And if you'd like to win a pair of replica Royals jerseys, go to foxsportskansascity.com during tonight's game and enter the sweepstakes, including number 38. There's a jersey winner every game.
Number 38, I think of Rich Gale, one-time teammate of mine. Chris Blakewood, number 38 now for the Royals.
And Matt Carson into deep left field and a home run over the bullpen. So Carson was one of those hitters that Split was talking about in the first inning that had a bit of a hitting drought that puts an end to an 0 for 8. In the first inning, Kurt Suzuki put an end to an 0 for 13 with an RBI.
Carson on his 4th different trip back to their big league ball club. He's been well traveled this year. That ball right in the middle. Middle of the plate, inside out, middle of the plate from top to bottom. Carson was all over it. Bruce never got the strike zone established in the first inning. Started out well here in the second. He'll drop down on Iwamura, but once you find the zone, now all of a sudden you refine it a little bit and try to stay out of the middle.
That's the 15th home run allowed by Bruce in about 115 innings. And you figure home runs weren't going to be a problem with the A's, as they are tied at the bottom of the American League in home runs hit with the Seattle Mariners. That was just the 91st home run hit by the A's this season. And if they continue their current pace until the end of the year, they would finish with the 3rd fewest number of home runs in their franchise history.
They're probably not going to have a 20 home run guy. If that happens, it'll be the 3rd time in the history of the ball club that has ever happened.
Cliff Pennington 0 for his last 6. 0 for 5 in this series. And he breaks his bat and hits a pop-up into shallow left, where Yuniesky Betancourt did not keep his feet in bounds, but he made the catch. In football, that's a problem, but in baseball, that's not a problem.
Baseball, you can play it all the way to the front row. A lot of players will never step on that foul line, step right over the top of it. Don't want to make the baseball gods mad at you.
Now Coco Crisp, who opened the game with an opposite field single. And on a fly ball to center field from Derek Barton, Coco tagged up and went to second. And then scored on a base hit from Mark Ellis. Good changeup down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ryan, you mentioned the A's probably not afraid of the home runs, or the Royals not afraid of the A's, because way down the bottom of the league, the Royals just ahead of Oakland and Seattle. So Oakland probably came in the game last night. Well, we'll be able to keep them in the ballpark. Never know how it's going to play out. And you wonder how a play early on ball game would affect it the rest of that inning, maybe for the rest of the night. I mean, had a pickoff right here. He plays it right, coming in to anticipate the throw to second base. And the misplay in center field. Coco not even hustling in the second base, and no play on him.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And got him with a pitch away. So the inning is over, but the A's get a home run from Carson to take a 3-0 lead. Royals had an early 3-0 lead last night, which became an 11-0 lead at the end of 3 innings. And the Royals with their 3 home runs last night. The first came from Keila Kaihue in a 3-run bottom of the first. 1 ball, 1 strike here against Trevor Cahill.
They just put the shift on Keila here last night. We were surprised by that. Notice the outfield was pretty much straight up. I asked Keila, that happened to him a lot, and he said all the time in minor leagues there may be only 2 clubs that didn't do it to him, so he is not fazed by it.
Interesting play there, Split. Cahill, if he wanted to, probably could have fielded that ball, but he made the decision to run by it and let it roll to Barton for a 3-1 scoring play.
Barton handles the ball pretty well. Come in, make the play right there. Barton has time to go ahead and get it to Cahill, because Cahill takes that straight line over there. Don't take the turn coming up the baseline right there. Get to quick as you possibly can, set up as a first baseman, if you can get over there in time.
So a 22-year-old who doesn't just have a good feel for pitching, he's got a good feel for where everyone is moving on defense.
Also, the first baseman has to have a good feel for the guy on the mound because he has that entire play in front of him. So he has to anticipate, do I need to go get the ball? Can I go to the bag?
One ball, one strike on Brian Pena. 2 out of 5 in the first 2 games. Only appeared as a pinch hitter on Monday and had 2 more hits last night. 2-1. So Cahill has recorded 4 outs, and the sinker baller is working so far as 3 of the 4 outs have been on the ground. Next game for the Royals is Friday night. The Cleveland Indians are in town for 3, and that's the Royals' halfway to St. Paddy's Day celebration. A 7:10 game. There will be live Irish music by Flanagan's Right Hook and green beer. So the Indians in town Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. And after that, the Royals have 1 road trip, 1 homestand, and then the curtain comes down on the 2010 season. Belted into right center field. It's a long run for Carson, but in addition to hitting for power, which we saw in the second inning, also has good speed. So he runs it down, and Brian Pena is the second out.
Brian continues to swing the bat well. Both sides of the plate, they're trying to go down and away. The ball stays up in the middle. It's a straight change right there, so didn't get it down the way. A mistake from Cahill, but stays in the ballpark. Carson able to run it down in right. We touched on Brian Pena last night. The Royals found out a whole lot about their backup guy. Can he be there on a regular basis? Well, maybe if he shows a lot between now and the end of the year, maybe all of a sudden next year, maybe catching is a platoon setup with Kendall the right side, maybe Pena's the left side.
Talked to John Gibbons, Royals bench coach, about Brian Pena during the last road trip and how much Brian has improved behind the plate. And Gibby said that his arm strength has actually improved. That doesn't happen very often for a guy Brian Pena's age. So he's not just working on his footwork and other technical aspects of catching, but his arm has actually gotten stronger.
They're really surprised how much stronger it has gotten.
Alex rolls it to first. Barton is there, and the Royals are down in order with 2 more ground ball outs for Cahill.
Tonight in Double-A, both teams' affiliates battling for the Texas League Championship. Game 1 of that series, Northwest Arkansas leading 4-2 behind home runs from Anthony Ceratelli and Manny Pena. They were rained out last night, guys, so it is now 5 games potentially. It's a best-of-5 series. 5 games in the next 5 days, and that means a long bus ride after tomorrow's game to Midland, Texas. Right now, Northwest Arkansas leading in that game over Midland. Guys?
Anthony Ceratelli, Italian guy?
Little infielder. Saw him play some third base. Didn't see him hit a home run, but power apparently there.
Well, you didn't see the home run split because he only had 3 home runs in the regular season in 114 games. You got to love the postseason. Ceratelli goes deep tonight. Ceratelli, yeah, Ryan, not really sounding like Goldberg.
Yeah. That sounds like the type of guy you go to make an offer you can't refuse.
I know this might surprise you, kind of like Oakland A, Vin Mazzaro, but guess what
Right.
state Anthony Ceratelli's from?
New Jersey.
Of course he is.
He's not very big.
No?
No, he wouldn't intimidate you with his size.
You don't have to be big if your name is Ceratelli
Yeah.
and you're from New Jersey and you went to Seton Hall.
Yeah, I'd say, who's that little guy over there? That's Ceratelli. Oh. Okay, well, we'll be leaving him alone for the rest of our lives.
If he went to the Hall, I mean, that can't be bad. That's pretty good.
Yeah. A leadoff walk given up by Bruce Chen, who has given up runs in the first 2 innings. Mark Ellis and Kurt Suzuki driving in runs with singles in the first. And then Matt Carson hit an impressive home run to left field in the second.
Still don't get the feeling the Royals left-hander tonight has real good command of the zone. By this time of the game, he's out there dealing both sides of the plate, changing speeds and everything. But right now, you get the feeling that he's still looking for it.
Mark Ellis helped him out with a pitch that was up, and he bunted it foul. Ellis singled to left field, drove in Coco Crisp on a close play at the plate. Alex Gordon throwing from left field, and then Ellis, who went to second base on that throw, scored on Kurt Suzuki's base hit. One ball, one strike. It's interesting looking back at the trade after the 2000 season that involved Johnny Damon going to the A's, Roberto Hernandez coming to the Royals. Those were the big names. Ben Grieve, who had won the Rookie of the Year award with the A's, went to the Tampa Bay Rays. And Mark Ellis was probably considered a throw-in in that deal. Obviously, the A's liked him, but he is the only player who is still playing with the team that he was traded to.
Shortstop coming to the Royals minor league system. Not many people thought he was going to make it at that position, but the A's saw something as far as moving him over the other side of the infield. Retired his last time up, not the prototypical number 3 hitter. Just the 3rd time all year he's batted in this spot. Whereas Suzuki has been 3, 4, 5 all year long. So he's more of a middle type guy, although they pretty much lack for a traditional 4 or 5 guy in their lineup anyhow.
Hits that into right field, and Mitch Myers had a busy night. He makes the catch. So Barton is back to first and 1 down. Here's tonight's Sprint You Call It question. Which call-up from Omaha this year has helped the most? And 2 very good selections there. 2 guys that the Royals had in Omaha as insurance who ended up being very important players. Bruce Chen has been in the rotation ever since Gil Mesh went on the disabled list. And Wilson Betemit playing mostly at third and every day since Alberto Callaspo was traded away. Kurt Suzuki, who is a good high ball hitter, got a pitch that might have been a little too tall and fouls it away. He had been 0 for his last 13 when he singled to right center and drove in Ellis in the first inning. A Upstairs again. This time Suzuki lays off at 1 ball, 1 strike. So what do you think? Text 432-432. Enter keyword Royals, followed by a space. A for Betamit and B for Chen. Didn't mean to make contact, and now Suzuki is down 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Tough to pick between those two. I mean, both have been very pleasant surprise. Betamit with some versatility, third base, first base. Hitting from either side of the plate. Chen was a reliever. Now in the starting row. That might be a toss-up. That one might come back 50-50.
And a couple of guys who have been around for a while. The Royals are Bruce Chen's 10th Major League organization. And Wilson Betamit, who's been around for a long time, still only 28 years old. He made his big league debut when he was 19. And he handles a hot shot, gets it down to second base for 1. No chance for a double play. So we don't know who the fans will vote for as far as most valuable tonight. But Betamit helps out Bruce Chen with a nice stop on the ground ball from Suzuki.
And that probably helped out his looks a little bit. Thought this ball was headed for left field, but nice play. Fortunately, to his glove side, throwing while falling away. Vilas really no opportunity to turn that over for 2. But when the ball gets hit that hard, he's happy to get 1.
And now Davis grounds it to Yuniesky Betancourt. The force at second base puts an end to the inning. The A's have a 3-0 lead. This is Sherry Hamilton, who is a registered nurse with the Lee Summit School District. She encourages everyone to take a CPR class, and here is one big reason why. Yuniesky Betancourt leads off the bottom of the 3rd. On a spring break trip to Sunrise Beach, Missouri last March, Sherry heard a poolside cry for help. She gave CPR to an unconscious 15-year-old boy and saved his life. As Betancourt grounds out to 3rd, and Sherry is here tonight with her boyfriend Mark, who dove in and pulled the boy from the water, and then Sherry Hamilton giving him CPR. And she is enjoying the game with Mark Bowles in the Buck O'Neill Legacy seat. How about that?
Here in the Mira Kaufman had a CPR program that they started up with free lessons all around town. Felt the same thing. Everybody needs to know how to do that.
2 balls and no strikes on Mitch Meyer, who I'm sure felt a little left out last night as the Royals were running around the bases and scoring 11 runs on 12 hits. Mitch was 0 for 3. He did reach once with a walk. 2 balls and 1 strike against Trevor Cahill. Cahill now has recorded 7 outs, and 5 have been on the ground.
Mentioned earlier, 17 starts already this year. He's had 10 or more ground balls in the infield. That one got through.
So Mitch gets his first hit of the series, and he's digging for 2, and he's in with a double, and he gets hit by the throw from Matt Carson. The Royals have their first hit and their first runner at second base.
Trying to go down the way, trying to get some sinking action, but that's the fastball in the middle part of the plate. Anytime the ball goes between the defender and the foul line, that batter runner is always thinking double. Meyer never hesitated going around first. He's into second base, has the entire play in front of him, so he doesn't need the first base coach to make a call for him right there.
So Mitch Meyer is safe at second base. Safe and secure. New York Life. Fouled away by Gerard Dyson. Grounded out to short in the first inning. 14 doubles this year for Mitch Meyer. Now Dyson thinking about laying one down and takes a breaking ball for a strike. It's 0-2. Royals drafted Dyson out of Southwest Mississippi Community College in 2006. In the last round, the 50th round. What do they call the final pick of the NFL draft? Mr. Insignificant? Or Mr. Irrelevant, Kevin Schenk tells me.
Now, if you're not the last pick, if you're in that last round, I think the odds are really piled against you as far as ever making it. But if you've got the speed, that's something they'll always look at and say, well, wait a minute, what we might be able to develop around that.
Off of Cahill's glove, going to make it a tough play for Ellis, and no play. He tries to get Meyer over at third, but all hands are safe. So when he puts the ball on the ground, he's a handful.
Yeah, it's going to be because of the way he can get down the line, but put the ball on the ground in play, middle of the field really helps a whole lot. When you figure the pitcher is closer than anybody else, it's easier to slap it by him than use any one of the 4 infielders. Change the direction right there. The ball slows down. There is no play. Ellis instead looking over to third base where Meyer gets back. I'm going to talk about an easy stride. Did you ever run like that?
No.
Never once in my life.
Maybe in fast forward. He was able to keep his shoe on that time. When he grounded out in the first inning, he lost one of his shoes about halfway in between home and first. And I heard at least 4 people yell balk, as is always the case on the step to third, look to first. Popped up. Pennington goes out from short. Meyer's going to play it halfway, so Mike Aviles with a chance to drive in a run with a runner at third in less than 2 outs, and he is 0 for 2.
I think Mike was looking for a ball inside that could hit in the air, get it to the outfield. One side of that front side just flies open. The front foot, the hip, and body is already gone. He's swinging his arms right there. It's a harmless little pop-up in the infield.
You know, it is remarkable that he hits right around 300 with those mechanics. I mean, that's something that works for him, and I think no one else.
Watch him in batting practice. He doesn't do that at all. right on the ball, working the middle of the field, and all of a sudden game time. The tendency to fly open.
Dyson steals second base, his second. And now 2 in scoring position for Butler.
And able to do it with a short lead. Good jump right there. Terrific acceleration. You can see the athleticism to the Royals side at the time of the draft.
Billy walked his first time up. Cahill moves him off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Not only a short lead, but that didn't look like a great jump. So if you're getting short leads and you're not getting an outstanding jump, and the catcher still doesn't even bother down to second base, well, you've got something.
Sometimes they call that closing speed. Sometimes they call it speed where you can outrun a mistake. I'd say he has all that. Think about Billy over the last couple of days and that consecutive streak that he has as far as hitting in all the series. What's the longest hitless stretch you can remember him going through?
Probably the one right before he extended it in Chicago, 0 for 12. I mean, I can't think of anything longer than that.
0 for 8, maybe 0 for 10, but that's amazing. That as long as he's been here now, and we're still talking about a hitless stretch, is really not very long.
A walk is the best that Billy's ever been able to do against Trevor Cahill. He's 0 for 7 against Cahill with 3 walks. He gets a 3-1 pitch, but Cahill is going to stay away from him and go after Wilson Betemeet with the bases loaded. Hey, Mizzou football fans, this Saturday the Tigers take on San Diego State. And many video providers in our Royals viewing area will offer this game on pay-per-view for $39.95. Access your digital program guide or call your video provider to order the game today, or visit foxsportskansascity.com for details. Last time the Royals faced Trevor Cahill here at Kauffman Stadium, which was 2 starts ago for him against KC, the Royals hit a grand slam. Inside to Wilson Betemeet, who flied to left in the first inning. And that grand slam back on July the 17th was hit by Yuniesky Betancourt, the second of his 3 grand slams this year.
That's another area that Cahill has improved this year. A year ago, 27 home runs given up. So far this year, just 15.
And now he's slowly backing himself into a corner. 2 balls and no strikes. And he's going to get a visit from the catcher, Kurt Suzuki. Betemeet, one of the subjects of tonight's You Call It, and has a 62% to 38% advantage over Bruce Chen. Which call-up from Omaha this year has helped the most? Keep voting at 432-432. The keyword is Royals, followed by a space, and then A or B. With 1 out, Meyer doubled. Dyson reached with an infield single. Aviles popped up. Dyson stole second. Butler walked. And now it's 2 balls, 1 strike on Betemeet.
Cahill, one of those guys just saying, I'm ahead in the count 2-0, maybe 3-1. I'm really going to lead on one. Then all of a sudden you have a ball that dives away from you like that, and you wonder, is he ever going to throw anything that might be a little bit straight? Something I could lean on? In Cahill's case, it doesn't happen very often. How about that changeup right there? Betemeet thought he was all over it, and the ball never got there.
Well, last night, Gio Gonzalez was so close to getting out of the bottom of the first inning without allowing any runs, but he couldn't get around Wilson Betemeet. And now Cahill's 2-2 pitch. Well, that's what he wanted to do. The ball just didn't back up over the corner. And now it's 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Good time to use that pitch right there. You give it one look, the hitter has to make a call right there. If you happen to freeze him and back it up enough, you get the front look in there out of the jam. Sometimes you see guys do that maybe in the first or second pitch of the at bat, and pretty well burns it for the rest of the night. Use it for when you really need it. And find a way to trick the guy into making it out.
Bedemead's home run last night hit high off the screen up against the right field foul pole. That was against right-hander Boof Bonser, who came in relief of Gio Gonzalez in the third inning.
Bedemead has really hit well against Oakland this year, about a .375 average.
Still 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, any base hit to the outfield here is an easy 2 runs, with the runners going on 3 and 2, and Gerard Dyson being the runner at second base. They run again, and Bedemead fouls it away again. 3 straight pitches that he has fouled away to keep the count at 3 and 2.
Also add in the fact that they're playing very deep in left and center. Chad Davis playing surprisingly deep in left field. Earlier was carrying that way, but wow, that's pretty deep in left. And crisp in center field. We all know he doesn't throw well.
Runners go again, and Bedemead drills it to deep right. Grand slam, and the Royals take the lead. Well, he earned that one. He fouled off 3 straight pitches, finally got a pitch he could handle, and the only question was whether it was going to stay fair.
Bedemead has really shown the ability to handle the fastball so far here in 2010. First time in his career he's been given regular playing time. He has really capitalized on it. Home run number 12 on the year for Bedemead. He'll back himself in trouble by getting behind in the count, and that one backs out right in the middle of the plate. Bedemead knew he got it the whole time. Our ball jumping off the sweet spot of the bat.
That's a sweet looking swing, too.
Yes, it is.
Bedemead's first career grand slam, and the Royals' 4th grand slam this year. Yuniesky Betancourt hit the first 3 to tie a team record. And one of Betancourt's grand slams this year was against Trevor Cahill. Two balls and 2 strikes on Keela. So Bedemead has 4 RBIs in back-to-back games, and the Royals have done it again with 2 outs. They scored all 11 runs last night with 2 outs. So their last 15 runs over the last 2 games have come with 2 out. And now Keela has a full count. Cahill got him on a ground ball to first in the 2nd inning. And now he strikes out. The inning is over, but the damage is done. Bedemead's slam puts the Royals in front.
Yeah.
Wilson Bedamy turns the game around with a grand slam with 2 outs. So the Royals lead by 1. And Bruce Chen jumps ahead of Chris Carter. So Bruce giving up 2 in the first inning. And then he allowed a solo home run to Matt Carson in the second. And the A's had a 3-0 lead.
His mindset right now is he has a new lease on life. Lead for the first time tonight. He's saying, boy, my guys came back to pick me up. I want to hold this as long as I can.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Carson, who flied out to right field in the first inning. So he begins his big league career going 0 for 21. Looking at A's, who have had longer hitless streaks to their big league career. In front of Carter is Barry Zito, who's a pitcher, of course. He was 0 for 23 in the interleague games. Bill McNulty, who pitched in the late 60s, or hit. And is he a hitter or a pitcher?
He's a hitter.
Okay. He started 0 for 25 in his A's career. Of course, that was before the designated hitter, so back then, pitchers were hitting all the time. 1969 to 1972. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes.
You might be thinking of a Minnesota pitcher, a tall right-hander. Is his name Nolte?
Dan Nolte.
That's it. Yeah, that's probably the one you were thinking about.
Or maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. Now it's 0 for 22 as Carter goes down on strike. So a good start for Bruce Chen after the Royals give him 4 in the 3rd inning. Take a look at tonight's Roadrunner Turbo speed pitch comparison. Bruce Chen up to 90, Cahill at 95. And you can double your speed with Roadrunner Turbo from Time Warner Cable. Iwamura into right center field. The air is heavy because of all the rain, so that's not very close to the warning track, about 2 or 3 steps away. And Iwamura is the second out. Tonight's league leaders are brought to you by your Kansas City area Toyota dealers. And the Yankees are back out in front in the East, a half-game lead over the Rays. Minnesota beat Chicago in the beginning of their 3-game series last night, so their lead is 7. And the A's trail Texas in the West by 9.
Rays have a lead down in Florida tonight over New York. It's a 1-run ball game.
Matt Carson is right on Bruce Chen. Last time up, hit a long home run to left field, and now a rocket to left for a 2-out single.
Chen with an opportunity, 1, 2, 3 inning, if he can get this guy, but that ball pretty much in the middle part of the plate. Carson just rips it up in that corner. Gordon makes a nice play to hold him to 1 base. Down to that ball, set up the best he could, got a strong throw back in.
Well, the last 3 A's at least have decided not to wait out Bruce Chen. Iwamura, Carson, and Pennington going after the first pitch. Pennington fouled out to Betancourt in the 2nd inning. No balls, 2 strikes.
And the speed check right there with Bruce getting up to 90 miles an hour. His fastball will range from like 83, 84, up to 90, just depending on is he trying to ride it a little bit, is he tailing it, is he cutting it. So for him, especially with the fastball, it's not all about velocity, it's about the variance of the velocity between what he's trying to do with the ball.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
If he tends to try to throw 89, 90 all the time, that ball's going to straighten out. Maybe you catch up with that, but all of a sudden now when you're dealing 83 to 90 on that same pitch, it's a little bit more difficult.
Two and two. left side. And Bedemeat gets a nice big hop. And the force at second base gets Carson. Signal is yours. Verizon, rule the air. And by Chevrolet. Come see for yourself why 1,000 people a day are switching to Chevy. Oakland had a 3-0 lead until Wilson Bedemeat's 2-out grand slam against Trevor Cahill. Brian Pena leads off the bottom of the fourth, and he's down 0 balls, 2 strikes. So 2 games in a row where an A's pitcher was so close to getting out of what ended up being a big inning without allowing any runs. Last night, Wilson Bedemeat with 2 outs, down in the count 1-2, singled. That was the beginning of a 3-run inning. And with 2 outs, Bedemeat batting with the bases loaded and hits a grand slam off of Cahill to give the Royals 4.
Brian's last time up, we were talking about the improvement of arm strength, and John Gibbons telling me what he had done. And staff was surprised because he did all that on his own, working out before ball games without the opportunity coming in playing in games. And John was telling me that his typical time to second base trying to throw out a runner was about 2.2 seconds. That's a little bit high, below average. Right now, he's at 2 all the time, occasionally below 2 at 1.9. So that's a surprising development right there. Royals love it.
And he's always playing hard, and with that hustle, gets an infield single on a ground ball up the middle.
Another thing he'll surprise you with is how well he runs. Right here, chopper over the middle. You'd like to be agile enough. You can beat some of these out, but the effort is always there. Just enough. He's able to beat that throw.
He has been called by teammates the Cuban Ichiro for his, at times, awkward swings, yet finding the ability to put the bat on the ball. You know, when he was with the Cuban junior national team and when he defected, he was not a catcher. And Brian defected, and we told you the story before. The Cuban team was in Venezuela. That was in '99, so 11 years ago. He was just 16, but he was an outfielder and a first baseman, and he was only a right-hand batter, and then had a tryout in front of a lot of scouts in Costa Rica, and he had 6 months to prepare for it. He had to get all of his paperwork together, and between his defection and his tryout, he went from an outfielder to a catcher and became a switch hitter. So the scouts got a player that they weren't expecting. Alex cranks it into right field, but was just a little bit out in front. And it is a foul ball. Also coming up during the Cleveland series Sunday afternoon, the first 8,000 fans aged 14 and under will receive custom Royals silly bands. It is the hottest item of the school year, so parents, get your tickets now and bring the kids out. And you can get those tickets at Royals.com or at 1-800-6-ROYALS. And Alex again just a little bit out in front, and the count is 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Ryan, when you get a hitter like this well out in front of everything, you're really hesitant about throwing him a fastball. Whatever you have thrown him, you'd like to go a little bit slower, a little bit more off speed. The breaking ball, take a little off, maybe the changeup, take a little bit more off that. Got to be careful with the fastball. He buried it right in his hip.
Well, if you're going to throw the fastball along those lines, Split, you're going to put it in an unhittable spot. And Cahill, I'm sure, didn't mean to hit Alex, just wanted to bury that pitch down and in. So Alex, and you can hear that all the way up here.
Ryan, what you do is you end up overthrowing him right there, right on the knee. There's not a lot of muscle there to fight that one off. That's going to be baseball on Bowen. That's going to be real painful. But what happens if you do throw the fastball, you don't want to throw it for a strike, or you want to get something where you throw a little bit more on it. So many times you end up burying it like that or missing it high and wide, nowhere near where you tried to throw it, because you're trying to do a little bit more to it.
That hurts up here in the booth. You can only imagine how it feels for Alex.
It's tough to get that front foot out of the way, because you think about it, you hit and miss that front foot, and the spikes are buried in the dirt. As far as moving your body, that's probably the last thing you're going to be able to move. Move your head, move your hands, turn into the ball. You can move everything, but the front foot is pinned down with your weight already against it.
Cahill throws a strike to Betancourt. He got Uni on a ground ball to third in the 3rd inning. So after getting 4 in the 3rd, the Royals have 2 on with nobody out. Cahill had retired 7 of the first 8 tonight and was getting his typical ground ball outs. But with 1 out in the 3rd inning, a ground ball off the bat of Mitch Meyer got past first baseman Derek Barton for a double. Gerard Dyson hit a single off of Cahill's glove. With runners at 2nd and 3rd, Mike Aviles popped out. Billy Butler walked, and then Bedemeat, after 3 foul balls, hit a grand slam. Great stop by Suzuki on a very difficult play, 1-2.
An idea right there. That puts runners on 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. And all of a sudden, a couple of fly balls, you get you a pair of runs. Suzuki with the backhand right there is able to pick it clean. Suzuki, the best all-around player on their team?
Might be.
He was their team MVP a year ago. I would think he will be again in 2010.
And earlier this year, the A's gave him a 4-year contract extension. Out at second base, and a double play. And for a moment, Pennington looked like he wanted to go to 3rd. There was no chance for a triple play, I don't think. But Pennington looked like he was thinking about going 6-5-4 and that route on the double play.
Well, he's got his third baseman coming over to cover the bag, so that play is right there in front of him if he chose to go that way. But that ball sharply hit enough, probably made the right play, able to turn it over 6-4-3.
So Pena 3rd, and now Mitch Meyer, who doubled and scored. And he takes a strike from Cahill. Double plays were a big item for Cahill when he threw that shutout against the Royals back on August the 2nd. The A's turned 5 double plays in that game.
That was the 23rd of the year behind him on that last play. He'll be up among the leaders in the league in that category as well. It's tough to get him out of the ballgame. Averages almost 7 innings per outing.
2-1 on Mitch. The Royals in the last 2 games have scored 15 runs, and all have come with 2 outs. That's the pitch that Cahill wanted Meyer to chase, and the count goes to 3-1.
That's the ball you might chase if you have 2 strikes against you. Good disciplined hitting right there. If you're ahead in the count, don't go for his offering.
3-2. So the Royals have had good nights on offense, not only against 2 good pitchers in Gio Gonzalez and Trevor Cahill, but good pitchers who happen to be pitching very well at the time. Got the corner. Mitch thought it was ball 4. He's going to talk it over with Brian Gorman. The Royals are scoreless in the 4th. Consecutive scoreless innings.
Royals really have to love the offense here tonight, Ryan. Cahill had not given up a run either one of his last 2 times out. You're down 3-0, all of a sudden you're on top. You got to love where you are right now.
All right, so back to work now in the top of the 5th, and he'll get the top of the order. Coco Crisp, Derek Barton, and Mark Ellis. Coco opened the game with a single to right field. Took advantage of Gerard Dyson drifting, as they say in the outfield, on a fly ball. Tagged up, took second base, came around to score on a base hit. And even before all of that, he had been picked off by Bruce Chen, but was able to get around a Keila Kaihue tag attempt on a play that really wasn't Keela's fault. This heads up base running by Crisp. One ball, 2 strikes. 3 hits for Coco in this series, but overall, the Royals have pitched him well this year. He is just 6 out of 30 against the Royals. Ouch. Not normally prepared for a foul ball like that one. Up the left field line, that is fair. And And Alex Gordon is going to have to hurry with Coco Crisp speed. He will hold at second base with a double.
Well, you know, you have an idea what type of player he is when you pick him up, and we all know this plays a great center field, all kinds of speed. But you look at him, he's a whole lot bigger out of uniform than you think he would be. And you look at the way he handles the bat. He's not just a guy up there slapping around, using the middle of the field. He can turn on. Hasn't played a lot this year, but he's got 8 home runs. Double number 13, has 4 triples right there. That's the speed aspect of the game, but he can turn on a baseball. I was surprised how big he was when I got to see him here in Kansas City.
He's been on the disabled list with a broken finger and a strained chest muscle.
It was all early. The broken finger was in spring training. He came back. He was active for 2 days before he ended up straining that muscle in his chest, and right back on the DL. And you mentioned he's going to end up playing about 80 ball games all year.
It's 1 ball and 1 strike on Derek Barton. You know, you look at his numbers, and it's been a while, but in his first full season with the Cleveland Indians, where he played more than 100 games, he had 15 home runs. And then the following year, he had 16 home runs. That's not a number that you would associate with a slap hitter. So you're right. That might be the type of player that he looks like, but that's not his game.
And I remember his numbers right before his shoulders started bothering him a year ago, where he had surgery on both of them. He was hitting .282 for us, and his on-base percentage was .382. Playing a solid center field. At that time, thought he is everything that you hope for when you picked him up. But from that point on, the numbers really went down when you found out about the shoulder problems. Really ineffective from there. Just getting a cutter over off the plate. Meyer got rung up on the final out of the previous half inning on the ball about that far outside. Strike zone was pretty narrow early in the ball game. It may have widened up a little bit.
Well, you have to throw a strike to this guy. Derek Barton has walked again tonight. That's 101 this year. And he leads the American League in that category. Into center field. Dyson gets behind it. Crisp tags, but he will hold. And Dyson makes a short hop throw to Bettamy. So Crisp still at second base and 1 out. Here's tonight's AT&T trivia question. How many of the 7 former Kansas City A's players can you name that went on to become World Series winning managers? Wow, 7.
Come up with a couple of them pretty quick. How about Whitey Herzog and Tony La Russa? How about Dick Hauser?
So there's 3. There's 4 more.
I might be tapped out, though.
Wow. Did we figure out if Billy Martin ever played for the Kansas City A's?
Enter him.
And we've got an affirmative from producer Kevin Shank. So that would be 4 of the 7. Dick Hauser's retired number 10.
What about a Hank Bauer?
What about Ralph Houck?
Didn't think he was an A.
No.
Managed with Yankees for a while. In fact, I think he had the Yankees for about 10 years. He was with Detroit when I first came up. Oh, 0-1 on Mark Ellis with Coco Crisp at second base. Ellis drove in a run.
and then came around to score in the A's 2-run first inning. Into right field. So the leadoff double for Coco Crisp, and he's still standing at second base with 2 outs. Mark Ellis is 1 for 3. We have 2 to go, Split.
You know, Lou Piniella never played for the A's. He was with Seattle and then with us, Cleveland for a while. So not Lou.
We're getting clues from producer Kevin Shank. One of them, I've been told, is someone that I know very well.
Start listing them. Who do you know?
I mean, should we start going through the people that I know?
Got the speed dial on your phone? How does that go?
Kurt Suzuki drove in a run with a single in the first inning, putting an end to an 0 for 13.
How about Dick Williams?
Good call. Deep but foul. And it's 2 strikes on Suzuki. Oh. Tom Lasorda. That's pretty impressive.
I would have never gotten to him.
Dick Williams with this Oakland A's team, and they had that stretch of 3 consecutive World Championships.
Good part of that team made their Major League debut as the A's here in Kansas City.
Bill Mesh warming up as Bruce Chen has had 90 pitches. Needs to get 1 more out to qualify for the win. And he should get it. So leadoff double for Coco Crisp, and he is stranded as Bruce gets Barton, Ellis, and Suzuki.
Royals on top of the A's, 4-3 at Kauffman Stadium down in Springdale, Arkansas. Game 1 of the Texas League Championship, and the Naturals leading the Midland Rockhounds 6-2 right now in the bottom of the 8th. Guys, we should point out Danny Duffy, the top prospect lefty, 5 innings and 2 earned runs for Northwest Arkansas. And how about that lead? Ryan, guess who has 2 homers in the game? It's your buddy
Anthony Serratelli.
You got it. How about that? Anthony Serratelli, who I looked it up in 2006. He played for the Windy City Thunderbolts of the Frontier League.
Okay. Gerard Dyson. Oh, man! What a catch by Coco Crisp. And Dyson both can't believe it and admires it. And if that ball gets by Coco, that's big-time trouble for the A's with Dyson's speed.
Well, they've been a whole lot of fun watching. It's kind of fun watching him go full out right here to make this diving catch right there at the grass top and able to hold on. Now, Carson was in the area, so that ball wasn't going to bound away very far. You'd love to see Dyson out in the bases where he can let it fly. Look at the ground. Coco Crisp able to cover it right there.
Started in the power and light district, and Dyson was so surprised, so shocked by that catch that he took his eye off the bag and down he went. That ball is punched nicely into left field by Trevor Cahill. And Mike Aviles is 1 for 3 with a 1-out single.
Ryan, as you know, you can get hurt running the bases. You really need to do it properly. They talk about touching the inside corner of the bag. That gives you some leverage making the turn. He steps on the outside part of it right there, slides off the backside. Now remember, it has rained here tonight, so that base is wet. Becomes a little more slippery. And right there, that could have been an ankle or possibly a knee. So you need to do it right.
Frank to deep center. Chris at the wall, leaping, and he wasn't able to get this one. Billy Butler with a home run to center field, and the Royals lead 6-3.
The home run draws. Our guys, 5 home runs the last 2 games, 3 up here last night. Billy to the deepest part of the ballpark on a night where the ball is not going to carry very well. He got just enough of it, just to the right of the 400-foot mark, just enough to get out of here.
Home run number 13, RBI 69 and 70. You know, the goal for the outfielder on a play like that is to get to the wall, set your feet so that you can time your jump. But I think if Coco wanted to make that catch, he would have been better off getting a running jump to try and make that catch. That thing just barely went over his glove. So Cahill has given up 2 home runs, which has accounted for all 6 runs. The first was a grand slam from Wilson Betemit with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. And Betemit has driven in 4 runs in each of his last 2 games. And now he walks. So runner at first with 1 down.
Classic swing from Billy right here on the ball that's about thigh high out over the plate. And head through it. Stay on top of it. That ball is actually hit pretty high for him. On the line drive hit it. A couple ways an outfielder to play that, Ryan. One, to go to the wall like you say and leap, try to get to the top of it, reach over the top. The other way is run into it. We're seeing more and more outfielders run into the wall, use it, step up about halfway and try to catapult up to the top of it. Go at about 6 feet tall and be elected to go through it and try to leap up on the pads and make a good throw.
Left-hander Jerry Blevins is throwing behind Trevor Cahill. So Cahill pitched a shutout against the Royals back on August the 2nd. But in his other 2 starts, including tonight, the Royals have scored a combined 11 runs. Keela has grounded out and struck out. Didn't mean to, and the count is 0-1. First time the Royals have scored in the last 2 games with less than 2 outs.
Ryan, how about the home runs? None of them have been a solo home run. Every one of them with men on base.
1 ball, 2 strikes. In his 10 previous starts, Trevor Cahill's ERA was 1.77, and he was 7-3, so he did not have a single no decision, averaging about 7 innings per start, so he was pitching deep into the games. And it looked like he was off to a good start tonight. Well, he was off to a good start, retiring 7 of the first 8, and 5 of those 7 outs on the ground, and that's his specialty. Wilson Betemit with a 2-out grand slam in the 3rd, and Billy Butler with a 2-run home run in this inning. Keela's down on strikes again against Cahill, and there are 2 down. Coming up on Saturday in the Cleveland series is the second Girls Night Out presented by Chevy, and that begins at 3:30. The game starts at 6:10. There will be chocolate fountains, massages, a Macy's fashion show, dueling pianos courtesy of Howl at the Moon, and the first 10,000 ladies receive a Royals knit cap. Royals.com or 1-800-6-ROYALS for tickets.
Cahill's just made an adjustment. Guys sitting on his fastball a little bit. Keeley gets a steady diet of off-speed stuff, and Pena starts off with the changeup. He's way out in front. He's going changeup and curveball now, the last 2 left-handed hitters.
Two balls, 1 strike. Ryan has an infield single, and he is flied out to right. Royals haven't been necessarily piling up the hits like they normally do, but they've made the most of their hits against Cahill, and you better do that, because entering the game tonight, he had the lowest opponent's batting average in the American League. The league was hitting .207 against him, so chances are you aren't going to get 10 or 12 hits. Might get a few base runners, but you better make the most of it, and that's exactly what Kevin Seitzer's hitters have done. He strikes out Keela and Pena to end the 5th, but Billy Butler hits a 2-run home run, and the Royals lead by 3. At Thoroughbred Ford. Well, Bruce Chen is out, and the Royals have a 3-run lead. Bruce trying to go into double digits in wins for the 2nd time in his career. And it's Gil Mesh in the Chevy call to the bullpen.
He's out of the pen for the 5th time. His last time out was the Saturday night ball game in Chicago, his longest relief outing of the year. He went a couple of innings in that one, threw pretty well. Bruce Chen, maybe not as sharp tonight as he has been lately, but he found a way to survive.
Early on, the A's scored 3 runs against Bruce, getting 2 in the first inning, another 1 in the second, but then 3 scoreless innings. And Bruce was able to get around a leadoff double in the 5th. Davis breaks his bat, and Betancourt has to throw over Betamit, and the throw is offline. Davis will hold it first, and Keela sliding for that ball and makes a great effort to keep it out of the dugout. He went in the dugout, but the ball stayed out of the dugout. And that saved the Royals 90 feet.
Davis gets on the line in a big hurry right there. He's one of those guys, third baseman. If you can make that play, you need to do it because it'll be a tough one for the shortstop. Betamit didn't do Betancourt any favors by drifting into that play. Saving that ball right there at the top step. If that ball goes down into the dugout, you've got a runner on second base, nobody out.
And that's a great effort.
It is.
And that's not just sliding on the dirt, that's sliding on the top step, which is concrete. And Brian Pena right there to make sure it didn't roll in the dugout. They're going to call that an infield single for Davis, so he's 1 for 3. He has 44 stolen bases this year. That is second only to the White Sox' Juan Pierre.
Ryan, normally you think down by 3 runs this late in the ballgame takes away that running game, but I don't think the A's can do that. It's a team that does not have a lot of power. For them to run their offense efficiently, they need to get out and run when they can. Davis steals them pretty well.
Two and 1. Chris Carter 0 for 2 with a strikeout against Bruce Chen. And now 0 for 22 to begin his big league career. That's the second longest consecutive hitless streak to start a career. Swinging on 3-0, and he drives it into the right field corner. Mitch Meyer is not able to make the play, and it is just foul.
And he really cut down on the swing right there. Just trying to make some contact. And he's one of those guys where you'd love to see him hit one sometime just to see how far it goes. And the ball goes that far. He just cut down on the swing a little bit, but he had just as soon wait and see him hit one on TV sometime when they're playing somebody other than our ball club. 6'5", 230. And he loves all of that.
Three balls, 2 strikes. We'll see if Davis takes off. Pretty good lead over at first base. And he is running as Carter drives it to center, and it's right at Dyson. Dyson will throw back to first base. The Royals have a double play. So we'll see if the Royals infield contributed to that, because Davis did not pick up the line drive to center field very quickly.
Well, the middle infielders on a play like this want to act like the ball is on the ground right here, because Davis will not know. There's a feel it's like he's going to take the double play. And Dyson in center field, it's just a whole lot better than what we saw in inning number 1 here tonight. Came up throwing, got a lot on it, threw accurately to first base. He had a strong throw to third earlier in the ball game. Hey, you got to love that.
So Dyson has his first major league outfield assist. 2 outs, nobody on. And Iwamura drives it to right. Mitch Meyer is right there. It was noisy, but the A's are scoreless in the top of the sixth. A lecture from Ned Yost. Now praise for his throw to first base on a double play. Royals lead by 3. The A's make a pitching change. It's Jerry Blevins in the Chevy call to the bullpen.
27-year-old left-hander out there bullpen. Been solid in relief this year. And for the 63rd time, a 2-1 record. Good earned run average is 3 3/4. He's get 5 innings out of Trevor Cahill tonight. You see him out of the ballgame if you're a Royals fan.
Royals tagged him for a grand slam and a 2-run home run from Wilson Betemit and Billy Butler in that order. Blevins will get Alex Gordon, Yuniesky Betancourt, and Mitch Meyer. And if anybody gets on, the top of the order, and Gerard Dyson. Alex was hit by a pitch, and he was drilled on his right knee by Cahill in the 4th. He grounded out in the 2nd. Struck him out. Didn't mean to go around. So a good start for Blevins. And there's one away. Coming up on Saturday, on the other side of the parking lot at Arrowhead Stadium, K-State will take on Iowa State in Big 12 football action, and you'll see it right here on Fox Sports Kansas City. Coverage begins at 10:30 a.m. with the Big 12 kickoff show, followed by K-State and Iowa State at 11 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Kansas City. Yuniesky Betancourt is grounded out twice, once into a double play. One ball, one strike. Jerry Blevins is out of the Cubs organization, and he was traded to the A's in a deal that sent Jason Kendall from Oakland to the Cubs. Kendall then went to the Milwaukee Brewers, and then, of course, this is his first year with the Royals. Betancourt has his first hit, and the Royals have their 7th. Tonight's copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Kansas City Royals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre with Paul Splittorff and Joel Goldberg with producer Kevin Schenk, director Steve Kurtenbach, associate producers Al Broughton and Sam Abramson, and the producer of Royals Live is T.J. McGinnis. Mitch Meyer doubled with one out in the third inning, and that got a 4-run rally started. A rally that was capped by a grand slam from Wilson Bettamy.
Levin's a dependable part of their bullpen right now, but it took him a while to get to this point. He debuted at their ball club September of 2007. This year, a little bit more playing time. Last year, up with their team 3 different times. It was a really good job of holding down right-handed hitters as well as lefties. That tells you good breaking stuff, good off-speed pitch. Right now, one of the leading guys out there bullpen. They've got some balance in their pen. A couple of lefties. The closer is a righty, and Andrew Bailey, one of the best young guys around.
Bailey last year, the American League Rookie of the Year.
And an All-Star here in 2010.
How about the A's Rookie of the Years over the last, 20 years or so? Maybe a little more than that. Jose Canseco, Mark McGwire, Walt Weiss. I think they did it in 3 straight years.
3 straight years. I think that was probably 87, 88, 89, right in there.
Andrew Bailey, Bobby Crosby. Now Myers strikes out. So 2 down in the 6th inning. Royal won the American League Rookie of the Year award, but he's originally from their system, Angel Baroa.
His pitchers have really gone to the breaking stuff over the last 2 innings against Royal left-handed hitters. Hui got off-speed stuff from Cahill, as did Brian Pena. Gordon got off-speed stuff from Blevins. Now the off-speed breaking ball, the slow curveball to Meyer. So 4 strikeouts of the left-handed hitters. I don't think anybody's gotten a fastball to hit yet.
Gerard Dyson 1 out of 3 with an infield single, a stolen base, and a run scored.
When the guy comes to the big leagues, you know he's got some talent, but you want him to learn along the way. Dyson made a mental mistake in the first inning. He kind of lollygagged to throw back in. He got a little lecture from Ned Yost. Now, on the same night, later on in the ball game, comes up with this play, comes out firing. Showing us plenty of arm strength and accuracy as well. And Royals get the double play to get out of that inning.
No balls, 2 strikes. Just looking at the list here, Split. The A's in 24 years had 7 Rookies of the Year. We mentioned Canseco, McGwire, Weiss, Ben Grieve, Bobby Crosby, Houston Street, Andrew Bailey. That doesn't count Angel Baroa, who won it with the Royals, and Eric Hinsky, who won it with the Blue Jays. Those 2 guys were from the A's minor league system.
Ben Grieve's about the only one that didn't work out long term for them or somebody else. A big time rookie campaign, but people found that bat was a little slow. He didn't have a whole lot of speed in the outfield. He can stick around a long time, but most of the others had big time careers.
Just saw the other day Bobby Crosby had been released for the 2nd time this season. And that wasn't that long ago when he won American League Rookie of the Year.
He was the guy that was hurt a whole lot, didn't put up big numbers, but he always seemed to play well against our ball club. Had a hard time keeping him on the field, keeping him healthy.
The play is to second base with Dyson speed, so Betancourt is forced out. And at the end of 6, the Royals still lead by 3.
take 3 contestants, and as always, a great time out at Rivals on Friday. All right, guys, got a question for you now. Now, we saw Coco Crisp here tonight. He's played for the Royals, the A's, and the Indians. Kevin Seitzer, we could say the same about him. Blakewood only played for the Royals, as he is the Royals' new pitcher here in the top of the 7th. But how about one other player who played for the Royals, the A's, and the Indians, although he only played 1 game for the Indians?
Royals, the A's, and 1 game for the Indians. Well, it's not Juan Gonzalez. I don't think he played for the A's. But I think he got about $750,000 a few years ago for running out a ground ball for the Indians.
This guy got his money's worth because he only had 1 at bat for the Indians.
Jamie Cork.
There you go. I knew Split would know it.
Nice.
That would have been 1985. Or no,
84.
1984.
Monty was helping me with that one. A walk-off home run in his only at-bat for the Indians of the year. And what did it do, Split? Do you remember?
Yeah, won a ball game.
Won a ball game during a big race against Minnesota.
Walk-off home runs usually win ball games,
They do.
don't they?
But the Twins were in a big race with the Royals. It was September 27th, 1994, and Jamie Cork's 1 at-bat. Remember, we said Bruce Chen's 1 for 1 on the year. Jamie was 1 for 1 with the Indians, helped the Royals, at least assisted them in that division championship. Then he came back to the Royals the next year.
Well, I'll tell you the rest of the story. My retirement party was that night, his last night here in Kansas City. When he left the party, he said, "Don't worry, boys, I'll help you out. I'll beat Minnesota. You guys will be okay." So he called it in advance.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have got the question.
Way to go, Jamie.
Only Jamie could do that. Home run off of Ron Davis, and that will be truly, as Jamie likes to say, stepping on their necks.
Now, I have a trivia question for you, Joel. In the little Real Royals trivia montage, who's the little guy with the Hawaiian shirt who has stolen Joe Madden's glasses and has a really sweaty nose?
Well, I think I'll just say no comment.
Be careful, it's your boss.
Yeah.
Good start for Blake Wood as he strikes out Matt Carson. 1 away. Joel, how about an update on the Northwest Arkansas Naturals?
Yes, because that is what that little man in that video just told me to do, and that would be more important. Northwest Arkansas Naturals win it 7-2. Anthony Saratelli, a pair of 2-run home runs. Manny Pena, the catcher, a 2-run homer. And Clint Robinson, who had the Triple Crown in the Texas League, adds a little insurance with the solo homer. Danny Duffy, the winner. They're back at it tomorrow. Best of 5, and they're right back at it in Springdale at Arvis Ballpark tomorrow, guys.
Naturals are hitting home runs like the Royals are hitting home runs the last couple of games.
Those guys can flat hit. Went down and saw them at several ball games. The bottom of the 1st inning, they were at home. And they hung up 7 line drives before anybody made an out. And 7, I mean, it was one after another. I said, wow. Not heard in advance, yeah, they really hit the ball well. But, yeah, 7 line drives to open the ball game. I'm sure Springfield was going to get anybody out.
Pennington is 0 for 2. And he lines it past Mike Aviles. Mike immediately looked at the ground as if maybe it took a bad hop on him. The grounds crew just dragged the infield in between innings.
I think we get a look at this. I don't think Mike got close enough to this ball. He wanted to get in there with the short hop. If he steps up about a half a step, he would get to that short hopper where it wouldn't have a high enough bounce to get by his glove. He gets in just a little bit tighter, get to that short hop to be able to make that play. As it is, he's back just a little bit. That ball does come up a little bit high. He never even drew leather on it.
And as you say that, Split, I can hear Frank's voice because he's brought that up on a few occasions on that exact play. Instead of laying back for it, going towards it and getting rid of the hop and just trying to catch it on the fly.
Well, there's no way that he had time to retreat and get the outfield grass to get to a long hop. The ball was hit too sharply, but he wasn't all that far away from taking it on the short hop.
Coco didn't mean to go around. Uni's only play is to first on the slow roller. Pennington moves up to second base. And Coco Crisp is 2 for 4. Well, the biggest hit in tonight's game is a grand slam hit by Wilson Betemeat. And that's what Blake Wood is trying to wash from his memory as he takes the mound tonight. The last time he was on the mound was Sunday at Chicago. And he gave up the pinch hit grand slam to Andrew Jones as the White Sox turned a 6-run deficit into a 6-run victory, winning 12-6.
Jones' run was the only one that he was responsible for, but went 2/3 of an inning that day. That was the only time he pitched on that entire road trip. Was a little bit surprising. Of course, the Royals trailing every day in Minneapolis. He'll be in there a little more often than just once a week.
Derek Barton 0 for 2, but he has walked, giving him 101, and that only leads the American League. It also leads the National League. Prince Fielder of the Brewers has 95 walks. Two balls, no strikes. Talked earlier about Derek Barton being a first-round pick of the Cardinals, and he was the big prospect going to the A's in the trade for Mark Mulder. He has also had to work around some pretty significant injuries, including right hip surgery a couple of years ago. And in that same year, 2008, he had a bizarre injury that could have been a lot worse. During the All-Star break in 2008, he was at a swimming pool and he dove in head first. He hit his head on the bottom of the pool and ended up with just a lacerated scalp, which kept him out of the lineup for a while. But man, an injury like that can be a lot worse than a lacerated scalp.
He wouldn't have been the only guy that ever got hurt during the All-Star break. That's like a 2-week vacation for a lot of these guys. They do some pretty wild things. I don't know if Pena was cross up on that last ball or he just wanted to go out and get with Blake Wood. Looks like Royals maybe could have had that call, did not get it. And get him back in the zone.
Pennington at second base, reached on an error by Aviles. The A's have not scored since the second inning, and when they scored in the second, they had a 3-0 lead. Royals got a grand slam from Betemeat in the third and a 2-run home run from Butler in the fifth. Still 2-2. Bruce Chen went 5 innings, gave up 3 runs in the first 2, but then strung together 3 scoreless innings. Bruce trying to win into double digits for the second time in his career. He won 13 with the Orioles in 05. Gil Mesh pitched a scoreless 6th, and now Blake Wood in the 7th. And we'll do it again. It'll be a late night for both teams because of the 1-hour rain delay. It'll be a much later night for the A's. They're going to fly to Minnesota after the game, but they have an off day tomorrow. So if this game was rained out, the A's were going to stay in Kansas City. The Royals also have an off day tomorrow, and the game was going to be made up tomorrow afternoon. Blake Wood has a scoreless 7th inning. He has 2 strikeouts, and the Royals lead by 3. Do you think Elvis really wanted to be loved tenderly?
Yeah.
The parking lot at StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Royals. You'll find great seats and great service on StubHub all season. So go to StubHub.com and choose your seats right now.
New pitcher and third pitcher of the night for Oakland is right-hander Henry Rodriguez. Comes on for the 23rd time this year. Pretty solid numbers all the way across the board for him. Good strikeout to walk ratio was 3-1. Opponents just 215 against him. A couple of home runs given up. Cahill started. He went 5. Blevins went 1. Henry Rodriguez. This is another young guy, 23 years old, out of Venezuela. He's been around a while. Professional career, first year for him was 2003.
The Latin players, of course, with the exception of Puerto Rico, are not subject to the Major League draft, so they can be signed at the age of 16. Whereas here in the United States, Canada, and Puerto Rico, they have to be at least a senior in high school, which most of the time is going to be 18 years old. Every now and then you'll get a player that repeated a grade or didn't quite turn 18 his senior year, so you might see a player drafted at 17 every now and then.
You don't see as many players from Puerto Rico anymore either. It used to be the top place that the Latin players would come from, but now a whole lot more from the Dominican, Venezuela.
Speaking of A's farmhands who have had good careers, I think you might know the answer to this one. Can you name the only American-born pitcher that was drafted prior to his senior season in high school? There's only one. Three balls, 2 strikes on Aviles. 1 out of 3 with a single. That was in front of Butler's home run in the 5th. And Aviles is having a terrific series. He is 7 for 11. Couple of home runs, 5 runs scored. He has driven in 4. And he takes a leadoff walk from Henry Rodriguez.
Did he have a good big league career?
He still is a big leaguer. And never pitched for the A's. He's from their farm system, but he ended up with the Detroit Tigers.
You got me on that.
I learned some of the details on this from you.
Really?
Yeah. We were doing a game together last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. I don't remember. And I mentioned this player and his circumstance, and you added some details to it. Billy Butler homered his last time up, drives Carson to the warning track in right field, so Billy is out for the first time. 2 walks and a 2-run home run for him tonight.
So you were convinced I knew something about it, huh?
Yeah.
That was a heck of a sell job on my part.
Jeremy Bonderman. Does that ring a bell now?
Well, yeah, Jeremy Bonderman.
Well, I mean, but the details of it. Jeremy Bonderman, who suffers from dyslexia, repeated the 5th grade. So his graduating class, you explained this once before, his age group were seniors, even though he was still a junior because he repeated a grade. He was able to sign after his junior year, later got his GED. I learned that from you.
I forgot it from me.
Wilson Betemit has 4 RBIs on 1 swing tonight and has 4 RBIs now in consecutive games. He has driven in 8 in the series with 6 hits. 1 ball, 1 strike. And back in the 3rd inning, he provided tonight's Chevy play of the game.
The Royals have been trailing all night long until the swing of the bat, and all of a sudden they had their first lead of the night. And maybe to add on to that, 6-3, but Betemit unloading his 12th home run of the year.
.102 miles an hour on the stadium radar gun. Bedamit, also one of the subjects in tonight's Sprint You Call It, and 61% feel that he was the most helpful call-up compared to Bruce Chen, a couple of guys who are on minor league contracts to begin the season and began the year in Omaha. Aviles runs, and Bedamit rolls it to the right side. Ellis makes a nice play to get to it. No play at first. Bedamit beats it out, and the Royals have 2 on with 1 out.
Ellis did not have coverage responsibility at second base, so he was able to hold his position right there, but had the range so far to his left. Off balance, he can't get anything on that throw at all. He's trying to keep his feet underneath him on that wet outfield. Bedamit able to beat that throw.
Derek Barton did everything he could to help out the play, going into a full split. And now Keila Kaihue. He was 0 for 3 against Cahill with a couple of strikeouts. Well, Rodriguez, he throws hard, and the radar gun is saying anywhere from 98 to 102. Stroked to Ellis. Great play and a double play. So he rips off Keila and turns it into 2 outs. Wow. Minnesota beat Chicago again, so the White Sox are slowly circling the drain. Washington beats Atlanta, so the Braves trail the Phillies by 2.5 games in the East, but the Braves still have a lead in the wild card. Colorado beats San Diego, avoiding a sweep, and the Dodgers and the Giants are in the bottom of the 5th inning with no score out in San Francisco. Robinson Tejeda comes on for the top of the 8th inning. And Split, how many times do you see it? Guy makes a great play to end one inning and leads off the next inning. How many times do you see it?
No, you just saw it one more time. Ellis with that terrific play turned it into a double play. Now, Robinson Tejeda, the Royals' 3rd reliever of the night. Looks like Ned Yost is going to have 4 guys put together one inning to bring this ball game home. His last time out was one of the most disappointing games of the entire second half. It was a Friday night game against the White Sox. The Royals led all night long until an error and a walk. And A.J. Brzezinski hit a double, drove home 3 runs. And like the Royals, you can beat the White Sox, and Mark Burley turned into a loss in about the last 10 minutes of the game.
Mark Ellis has his second hit tonight. He lost a 13-game hitting streak last night. So 2 for 4 tonight, and the A's had the leadoff man on.
So that guy that makes a great play and then leads off the next half inning, what did he hit in that at bat? Is he a 300 hitter?
Usually about, I think it's about 367.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
We just added to it.
Kurt Suzuki, on the other hand, he was 0 for his last 13. So he was slumping when the game started. But in the first inning, he singled in a run. He is 1 out of 3. Told you earlier that Suzuki is from Maui and wears his trademark puka shell necklace during every game. The state of Hawaii is well represented here at Kauffman Stadium tonight with Kurt Suzuki and Kila Kaihue. Kanekoa Teixeira had a bullpen session as he comes back from an elbow injury. Teixeira is also from Maui. None of those 3 went to the University of Hawaii, however. Kila was on his way to Nebraska when the Royals signed him. And Kurt Suzuki went to Cal State Fullerton, where he won the College World Series in 2004, beating the University of Texas. He had the game-winning hit in the championship game.
And no more at Rosenblatt Stadium. 1948 to 2010. They have a new look downtown. The Royals have a brand new ballpark out in the county west of downtown Omaha.
Three balls and 1 strike. Out of play, 3-2. Bruce Chen for 5 innings, gave up 3 runs, finished strong with 3 scoreless innings, and now Gil Mesh and Blake Wood with scoreless innings. And Robinson Tejeda trying to get the game to Joakim Soria. Shallow right field. Long run for Aviles, long run for Mitch Meyer, and Aviles makes a great play in foul territory. And right before he made the catch, he took his eye off the ball just to see where Mitch Meyer was and still made the play.
As an infielder, you just go until you hear somebody call you off. Outfielder has that entire play in front of him. He's not supposed to say anything until he has the ball. If you don't hear anything, just keep going. But at some point in time, you start to hear footsteps, and you know somebody's got to be getting awful close to me right here. Aviles, nice play as he crossed the line.
Aviles, who was hit with an error last inning, makes a big play on Kurt Suzuki, and now Jack Cust is going to bat for Rajai Davis. Jack Cust had an RBI single last night and a solo home run in the game on Monday.
His solo home run here on Monday went the opposite way. Normally he's straight up to right field with his power. Got out here to the bleachers in left field. Got just enough of it, just inside the foul pole. He's given up just 4 home runs all year. Nice job of keeping the ball in the ballpark.
One ball, one strike. Jack Cust has faced Robinson Tejeda 8 times. He is 2 out of 5 with a home run, and he has walked 3 times. And Cust normally piles up the strikeouts, but he has never struck out against Tejeda. Mark Ellis has stolen 5 bases this year, but he's also been thrown out 5 times. The Royals, as well as most, if not all, American League teams, have a pretty dramatic shift on Jack Cust when he's at the plate, but not when there's a chance for a ground ball and a double play. Inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. So still a shift over to the right, but Yuniesky Betancourt remains on the left side of second base.
Shift probably not as dramatic as it might be if the Royals didn't use a double play here. You're going to go ahead and shift. Normally you have your second baseman well out on the grass in the outfield.
2-2.
Just dawned on me, Robinson Tejeda is one of the few survivors from the early part of the year left in that Royals bullpen. Tejeda, Dusty Hughes, and Joaquin Soria. Other than that, just everybody else has been long gone.
Roman Colon,
Gone.
Juan Cruz, Luis Mendoza.
Farnsworth traded. Taylor's really made progress this year. Big time improvement command-wise, being in strike zone a whole lot more now than he has at any other time in his career. He had a real good September last year.
As a starter.
As a starter, yeah.
Was in contention for a spot in the starting rotation during spring training, but about halfway through camp, moved back to the bullpen. And the Royals really felt like they were in a no-lose situation. If he makes the rotation, great. If he doesn't, the Royals have a great arm in the back end of the bullpen, but got off to that bad start. And Cust hits it high in the air to right field. Mitch Meyer still back and at the wall makes the catch. That ball continued to carry. There is no wind at all. I mean, the flags look like they are just glued to the flagpoles. They might be wet from the rain. And with the heavy air, because of the humidity, that ball still got to the warning track.
It's one of those balls, Ryan, if it's hit earlier in the evening, might get right on out of here because Cust has that kind of power. When the ball left the infield, you say, well, it's going to be too high to get up on the wall or maybe even out of here, but he came a whole lot closer than you would have thought. Get that close this time of the night. Gets that ball 2 hours ago. It might be out of here.
And now Chris Carter, still looking for his first big league hit. This is his second stint with the A's. And earlier this year, he was called up. He went 0 for 19 with 9 strikeouts. And since being called back up, now 0 for 4. So he's 0 for 23 as a big leaguer, and that ties for the second longest consecutive hitless streak to begin a career with the A's. 1 ball, 1 strike. Count, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He's in some trouble right now. He's behind the fastball and heading the off-speed stuff. Terrible place for a hitter to be in, especially You got 2 strikes against you already. Getting desperate right now. Probably need to sit on the pitch. Just sit on it and hope you get it.
And now he's 0 for 24. Well, the Royals bullpen has pitched 3 scoreless innings tonight. Poor guy.
Night for Wilson Betemit, his first career Grand Slam. Gerard Dyson learning on the job. It has been an eventful night for him. Ned Yost, post-game reaction, highlights, interviews, and Jeff Montgomery analysis coming up on Boulevard Royals Live. Guys?
All right, thank you, Joel. And it's Vin Mazzaro taking over in the bottom of the 8th inning.
18 starts. This will be his 4th time out of the bullpen. He's just back up from the minor leagues. He was sent out for about a week and a half out to AAA. One that was effective as a start a year ago. He's one of those young arms that they're counting on in their future. 6-8 record and better than 4.0 ERA. And 15-plus innings thrown so far here this year. Jack Cuff stays in the ball game. He's out in left field.
Look out.
Wow, they didn't even see it.
No. There's a guy jumping around up and down with that baseball as a souvenir. I don't know if he's excited about the souvenir or is he excited that he's still alive. That whole section over there, they're just kind of looking down or looking at something else, and Pena hit a screamer right by him. Ryan down on 3 pitches, so he's 1 for 4. And now Mazzaro will get Alex Gordon.
Mazzaro, terrific arm. He's going to have fastball in the low 90s. Hard breaking ball. And Joaquin Soria getting ready. The Royals bullpen. We'll see him for the 9th. Mazzaro, you see his delivery. It's a little bit complex. And you could see how things could maybe wobble for him a little bit. As compact as some up, but when he's on, he's much like Trevor Cahill. Outstanding movement on the fastball down in the zone. There it is.
He gets way over on the first base side of the rubber, but then he strides more towards the third base side, kind of pitching across his body.
The thing that does is it allows you to stay closed on the front side. You'll have a hard time getting to what they call the glove side or the extension side of the plate, which would be inside on left-handed hitters, although he got it inside pretty well on Brian Pena. You get the punch out to open the inning.
He is just barely making contact with the rubber. Mark Ellis blocks the short hop and throws out Alex, who is 0 for 3. So Ellis has made good plays in the last 2 innings.
Does that mean he gets to lead off next inning too?
No, because he didn't make the play for the final out of the inning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You need to go over the rule book, Split.
Pay a little more attention this time around.
Unieski Betancourt is 1 out of 3. Sounded like he was swinging a porcelain bat, but that wasn't the worst part of the play. Derek Barton slipped on the wet grass. Betancourt will be safe at first base.
So that wasn't the worst part of the play. The worst part of the play was Mazzaro never making a move to that side because he has responsibility to cover the bag. And then a late break out of the batter's box. Mazzaro no break at all coming off the mound. So all of a sudden now Barton has to make the play himself. The feet go out from underneath him. There's Mazzaro. He's about halfway over there. The play falls on his shoulders. That's his problem.
Uni gets a hit out of that.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? Beat everybody to the base.
Yeah. And there's something, though, about when you make contact, and guys break their bats, but, you know, when your bat goes clonk as opposed to crack.
Yeah, it wasn't everything he could have asked for, but the result was okay.
It was more of a plonk than it was a clonk.
Sounded like a piece of ball support.
Yeah. So a 2-hit game for Uni. Mitch Meyer is 1 out of 3 with a double and a run scored. He was able to hold his swing. Mike Muszlinski is the umpire at third base. 3 balls and no strikes. Three and 1. That's hit into deep left field, and it's a long run for Cust, but he's able to run it down, and that's the inning. Royals trying to get Bruce Chen his 10th win. Bill Mesh has pitched an inning. Blake Wood an inning. Robinson Tejeda all scoreless, setting up for Soria.
Well, that's all right, Mama. That's all right for you. That's all right, Mama.
Joaquim Soria is on for the 9th inning and has a 3-run lead to work with. He'll get the lower third of the order. Iwamura, Carson, and Pennington.
You sit out an hour rain delay, you play 8.5 innings, and you hope you get to this point in the ball game where you get Joaquin Soria in there. Soria has converted 37 to 39 opportunities, including 30 in a row right now, looking for 31 here tonight.
Royals haven't won a lot lately. In fact, they've lost 6 of their last 8 games, so they haven't been able to get to Joaquin Soria. This is his first save opportunity in 10 days. No swing.
In 2009 was not a great year for Soria. He went through long stretches where he did not get used, and all of a sudden he wasn't sharp, but he's found a way to adjust to that this year, because I think he's had similar kind of stretches with no game activity at all, but he has been sharp all year long.
Has a scoreless inning streak to go along with 30 consecutive converted saves. And a big hop ground ball to Mike Aviles. 1 down in the 9th inning. Matt Carson is the scheduled hitter, the right-hand hitter. The A's will go to the bench and bring up Eric Sogard, who bats from the left side. And Sogard picked up his first major league hit in the game last night. Base hit in the 8th inning against Dusty Hughes. And Soria throws strike 1.
We got a looker! Now get that bat off your shoulder, 3-6. Bring in the heat.
Just foul off the right field line. No balls, 2 strikes. So the bullpen trying to pick up Bruce Chen. Bullpen let him down on Friday in Chicago when Bruce gave up 1 run in 7 innings. White Sox took the lead in the 8th, ended up winning the game. Bruce only able to go 5 innings tonight because of his pitch count, which is up over 90. Gil Mesh, Blake Wood, Robinson Tejeda, and Joaquin Soria trying to pick him up. And the Royals are 1 out away from doing that. So 2 down, and now Cliff Pennington, who is 0 for 3. Strike 1. A series that began very poorly for the Royals. 3 errors on Monday. Very sloppy in the first 2 innings. But they bounced back nicely last night, scoring 11 runs in the first 3 innings. And the Royals are just a couple of strikes away from a come-from-behind win tonight. The A's scored 3 runs in the first 2. The Royals got a grand slam from Betamede in the 3rd and a 2-run home run from Butler in the 5th. And did all of that against one of the best pitchers in the American League.
Trevor Cahill was on quite a roll when this ball game started. The Royals got to him early. He hasn't gotten this run on against the Royal Leaguers. The first 3 in there tonight, but there was an opportunity with a 1-2-3 ninth.
Come on, Paddington, big swing here.
A little bit low, 3 balls, 1 strike.
Come on, Jack. Bring the heat, Jack. You got a slow swinger. Slow swinger, Jack. Bring the heat.
Full count. Royals have tomorrow off and begin a 3-game series with the Indians on Friday night. That's Kyle Davies against Carlos Carrasco.
You didn't like the call, Boo. Got the dirty look from it, Boo. Big swing, big swing.
Just foul off the right field line.
There have been times where Joaquin would finish off a ball game and at bat with that slow curveball, but we haven't seen a whole lot of that here in 2010. Primarily going fastball, maybe a straight changeup or a hard slider. So it's been a full pitch down. That's why I was talking at one time when you're moving him out of the bullpen, he was trying to be a starting pitcher.
And Pennington takes a walk. So the A's are still alive. And that brings up Coco Crisp, who has a 2-hit game.
Where you going? You going to Sadie Lady? You going to the outhouse?
Coco led off the 5th inning with a double. But the offense couldn't get him home. He led off the game with a single and scored on a Mark Ellis base hit. Takes outside for ball 1. Coco has 6 at-bats against Soria and 2 hits. One of those hits is a triple. Pennington takes off for second base. And now the count is 2 balls and no strikes.
Coco showing bunt on those 2 pitches, trying to get Bedemy to come in a little tighter at third, or Kaihui a little tighter at first, but not happening. And he's still playing even with the bag at third. And the runner on second base, Kaihui, playing deep on his side of the infield.
Cookie! Big swing here, Cookie!
2-1.
Sorry, not getting regular work. Ned Joe said within the first couple of weeks that he came over here, he didn't want Joaquin going any longer than 4 days between outings. That was kind of the number he looked at. He has gone longer than that on a number of occasions. This is 4 days between his last time out and tonight.
And now it's 3 balls, 1 strike. And the A's are 1 pitch away from bringing the tying run to the plate. Derek Barton waits on deck.
Guys like 50.
Three balls, 2 strikes.
Sorry, really gets painted into a corner that he has to go with the fastball, but goes right there, kept it down on half of the plate. Just trying to force a free pass if he can get it done.
Fastball at 93 is fouled away. Soria got Iwamura on a ground ball to second and struck out pinch hitter Eric Sogard, but Cliff Pennington walked, took second base on defensive indifference, and now 3-2 on Crisp. And he walks. How many times have you seen Joaquin Soria with back-to-back walks, especially in a save situation? And there are 2 on for Derek Barton.
Giving up those walks, Ryan, on balls that are a little bit too low. Strikes on that list to do what he's trying to do tonight. Not doing a whole lot of changing speeds. They're trying to pitch it to knees, keep the ball in the infield.
And Barton takes a strike. And like Coco Crisp, Derek Barton is 2 out of 6 in the past against Soria. Joaquin has struck him out once. Barton so far tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk. One ball, 1 strike.
Pretty high pitch still in this inning for Joaquin. Now at 25.
Two balls, one strike, and you have to throw a strike to this guy. He leads the major leagues in walks.
Joaquin's having a hard time doing that tonight. It's a 50-50 deal for him. 13 of them in the zone and 13 out.
Big swing, Martin. Big swing right here. Come on, big swing.
Got the call over the corner. Martin doesn't agree, and I'm sure in his mind he knows the strike zone with all those walks. And once again, the A's are down to their last strike. Got him looking at a fastball. And Barton throws his bat in protest, but there's nothing he can do about it now. Brian Gorman calls him out. And Barton was going to talk all the way to the dugout as the Royals take the series 2-1.
He didn't like the previous pitch. He's not going to like that one. The ball maybe just off the outside corner, but with Joaquin Soria, his reputation and ability to throw strikes, that one's a little bit too close to take.
So the Royals win the game 6-3. Soria extends his streak to 31 saves in a row. And his consecutive scoreless inning streak is now at 19 in a row. So a tough start in the series, but a very good finish. With an 11-3 win last night, Wilson Betemit played a big role in that game and another big role in the game tonight. Along with Billy Butler, Betemit hits a grand slam. Butler hits a 2-run home run. The Royals come back from a 3-0 deficit and win tonight 6-3 as we go down to the field and hear from Wilson Betemit. He's standing by with Joel.
All right, Ryan, thank you very much. It was a long night with the rain, but Wilson Betemit, the game-winning RBI on the first career grand slam. Tell me about that. First ever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy right now. I mean, especially in that situation. My first grand slam, I mean, I was really happy right now.
You know, it was a long at-bat, too, 9 pitches. Just take us through that. You've certainly shown that patience this year, but take us through that at-bat.
Yeah, I just try not to do too much, to go down there and get my pitch. I know it was a great at-bat right there, and I got my swing, and I got my grand slam.
How about to be able to do what you guys did the last 2 nights against Gio Gonzalez and Trevor Cahill, 2 of the better pitchers?
I mean, we're doing great. We do those little things. I mean, that's what we have to do, come here and try the win those games.
Finally, Bruce Chen on the mound tonight. You're out there. A couple of guys that started the year in Omaha, veterans that are contributing on a big level. What has this year meant to you?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I mean, come here, and I will start in AAA, and come here and try to enjoy the team and try to help the team.
Great job tonight.
All right, thank you.
All right, that is Wilson Betemit with his first career grand slam and getting it from the crowd as well with the applause. Guys, let's go back upstairs to you.
All right, thank you, Joel. And back-to-back games for Betemit with 4 RBIs tonight. He did it with 1 swing with his first career grand slam. The Royals win 6-3, and we'll be right back.